Good afternoon. I would like to call the meeting of the Beaumont Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Today is Thursday, February 19th, and the time is 4:35. Ms. Smith, can you give us a roll call?
Yes, sir. Trustee 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐬𝐿.
Here.
Trustee Dunn. Trustee Avery.
Here.
Trustee Evans.
Here.
Trustee Hickman. Trustee Wallace Spooner.
We will now move to closed session to discuss the agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meeting Act under Section 551.07, Attorney Consultation, .072 and .074, Personnel of the Texas Government Code. Don't move. board will now reconvene into its open session. Could you please stand and join us for the pledges, the United States and the Texas flag?
Good evening. Tonight's color guard is being presented by the Westbrook High School Navy Junior ROTC, commanded by Cadet Senior Chief Petty Officer Carter Deerhog, Cadet Petty Officer First Class Caden Mitchell, Cadet Petty Officer First Class Christian Tenario Rios, and Cadet Petty Officer Third Class Caden Tron. The color guard is under the direction of Mitchell Norman, Commander, United States Navy, retired. Tonight's pledges will be led by Delilah Guillen, a shining 5th grade student at Caldwood Elementary, proud member of the National Honor Society, and serving as Student Council President.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We'll now have our recognitions. Ms. Jackie Simeons, Director of our Community and Media Relations.
Good evening, President 𝐂𝐲𝐧𝐬, Board Trustees, Dr. Allen, and audience members. Tonight, it is our honor to recognize Jacob Pfaff, athletic trainer at Beaumont United High School, who has been named the Southeast Texas Coaches Association Athletic Trainer of the Year. This prestigious honor is especially meaningful as it is awarded through nomination and selection by professional peers within the athletic trainers of the Golden Triangle. The award recognizes an athletic trainer who demonstrates exceptional care for athletes, promotes the profession locally, and contributes meaningfully to the athletic training community throughout Southeast Texas. In his nomination, Mr. Pfaff was praised for providing athlete-centered care rooted in precision, compassion, and evidence-based practice, earning the full trust of students, coaches, families, and administrators alike. Mr. Pfaff's leadership extends beyond Beaumont United. He serves on the athletic trainers of the Golden Triangle Board, contributes to professional education initiatives, mentors students and colleagues, and volunteers his time throughout the community. His work reflects a deep commitment to health, safety, service, and professional excellence. This recognition also highlights the continued strength of Beaumont ISD's athletic training program and its positive impact on student well-being. Please join me in congratulating Jacob Pfaff, Southeast Texas Coaches Association Athletic Trainer of the Year, for his outstanding service to our students, our schools, and our community.
Thank you, Dr. Allen and President 𝐂𝐲𝐧𝐬, for having me here tonight to be recognized. It truly is an honor to be recognized by my peers, but also to be nominated by my partner in crime there at Beaumont United in Danae Toon, who has won this award in years past and has pushed me to continue to strive to take better care of them. So once again, thank you all for this recognition.
Tonight, we are proud to recognize an extraordinary student whose achievement has made history for Westbrook High School. Trendon Latham has set a new standard of excellence by becoming the first Westbrook student ever to earn a medal at State Congressional Debate Meet. Competing against the top debaters from across Texas, Trendon placed 6th overall in the 5A division, an accomplishment that reflects not only his exceptional critical thinking, research, and public speaking skills, but also his dedication, discipline, and commitment to academic excellence. This historic milestone is a source of pride for Westbrook High School and the Beaumont Independent School District, and it showcases the remarkable potential of our students when passion meets preparation. Please join us in congratulating Trendon Latham for his outstanding achievement and for representing Beaumont ISD with distinction on the state stage.
Before I begin, I just want to thank you all for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to even say these words. I'm truly honored and humbled to stand here today. Last month, I had the privilege of competing at the State Student Congress competition, and I placed 6th by the grace of God. When I think about where I started my freshman year in Miss Ryan's room, pondering over if I should have my speeches fully written out or just bullet pointed, I couldn't think that I would be in front of you all taking this recognition. But I also must recognize that I didn't do it by myself. God led my steps, my words, my actions in that room. And so I must give glory to him for allowing me to be here. I also want to take some time to thank my family, Mama, Granny, and Papa. You've been there since day one, making sure that I had a foundation to build off of. From letting me read the comic section in the newspaper, to celebrating with me at every step of the way, you've been so big in my journey. Thank you so much for everything you've done. I want to thank my coaches, Miss Pivoto, who unfortunately couldn't be here, Miss Wynn, who's in the crowd with us tonight, and Miss Ryan, for helping me hone and shape my skills. I want to thank my teammates, Brody, Bergman, Katie, Ethan, Kendra, and Matthew, as well as some close friends, Eric, Sophie, Chaz, Natalie, and London, for not only being there when I needed it the most, but shaping who I am and what I stand for in those competition rooms. Finally, I want to thank this board and the city. I am sincerely and deeply grateful for this recognition. To be seen and celebrated by the people who lead and invest in this community means the world to me. I don't take this recognition lightly. Young students, young people, when given a voice and the chance to make a difference, can do things that are absolutely extraordinary. And we can do it not just for ourselves, but for our community and for the betterment of our world. Beaumont as a city has given so much to me, and it's my goal to give it all back, starting here. This is just the beginning of something absolutely incredible. Thank you all so much.
Great job. Yeah. Turn around right here. Trenton. Trendon. Back here. lawyer in the making now.
And he is only a sophomore,
Yeah.
so we have him
Outstanding.
for a couple more years of greatness out of him.
Man, make your mama and grandpa proud. Make them proud.
Finally, we are proud to recognize a very special milestone for the Beaumont Independent School District, the first graduating cohort of our Influencers program. This annual program was created to strengthen the connection between our schools and the community we serve by providing participants with a comprehensive, behind-the-scenes understanding of public school operations, specifically as they relate to BISD. Through this experience, our influencers engaged in meaningful learning about district governance and the roles and responsibilities of board members, school finance, and the stewardship of district resources, teaching, learning, curriculum instruction, and assessment, and the leadership roles of the superintendent and administrative staff.
This is our last and final session, and just again, so thankful and grateful to you for making the commitment to attend these 5 sessions, to really learn more about Beaumont ISD, to learn and understand how you can support our students in our community through this program.
The reason I decided to become an influencer was because I am freshly graduated, so I really wanted to get a more in-depth look of what it was like.
I became an influencer because I loved the community, and working with BISD, it's been a privilege and an honor.
I'm planning to help parents and community members and who have interest to get to know about BISD program.
We did talk about district governance. We're going to talk a little bit about that more today with our panel. We talked about school finances. We talked about the budget. We talked about how the district operates, through the panel, and you met a lot of the district leaders. We talked about the opportunities and challenges throughout this program that we have in the district. We talked about general business. We talked about instruction and curriculum during the panel. So you did learn a lot of things.
Wanted to be a voice for those students who may not have someone to advocate for them. And with the information that I've learned in this program, I hope to be able to communicate this to the community and educate them on what is really happening in BISD so that they have firsthand information.
We wanted to conclude today with the governance of the district. All serve in their capacity as phenomenal individuals who really care and love our kids in the community. And they have a responsibility to govern the school district. They hire and evaluate the superintendent. They adopt the budget and they set the tax rate. They also act on behalf of the citizens of the entire community, not just some, but all the citizens on behalf of the school, of the students in our community.
I'm proud to be in the first cohort of the BISD Influencers group. I'm very big into Facebook, and so I post things. Every time I hear something about BISD or see something about BISD, I want to make sure that it gets posted so that those who follow me also know what's going on with the district.
As the first graduating class of this program, these individuals have helped set the standard for future cohorts. They leave with a deeper understanding of BISD, a greater appreciation for the complexity of public education, and a strengthened commitment to being informed ambassadors for our schools. Please join me in congratulating and thanking the inaugural Influencers cohort for their time, their engagement, and dedication to the students and future of Beaumont ISD. Speaking on behalf of the class tonight is Officer Mary Chapman.
You got to excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm short, so I got to raise the mic down. First, giving honor to God, who we serve. I want to thank the entire school board. Dr. Allen, you did an amazing, phenomenal job with us. helping us, leading us. Miss Jackie Simeon, Miss Debbie, I don't know where you are, but you did incredible. We want to send a very thankful message to everybody, and we are very proud to be the first completing graduating class of this program. And in the future, we plan to give out information and continue spreading the word and knowledge for the district. Thank you, guys. We invite everyone to join us 1 week from today for our 6th annual BISD Multicultural Night. Doors open at 5 at Odom Academy for this exciting event, which will include exhibit stations to showcase the cultures and languages represented in our school district, along with an address from Justice of the Peace, Naomi Showers Doyle. Get more details on that and other events in our district by following our social media pages and subscribing to our YouTube channel, as well as visiting BMTISD.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simeon.
Superintendent's report.
We'll now hear the superintendent's report.
Good evening, Mr. President, to our trustees and our Beaumont ISD community. As we begin every presentation, can you please join me in reciting the vision and mission of the Beaumont Independent School District? In collaboration with the entire community, we will create an inclusive environment of academic excellence that supports the diverse needs of all learners. And our mission statement: we will inspire and prepare all students for lifelong success by providing an exemplary education in a safe learning environment. Our vision and mission is founded on our 6 core beliefs, and tonight's presentation focuses on core belief number 1: all children can and will learn. My presentation this evening is very brief. I want to provide an update on the upcoming STAR testing as well as our current attendance trends. So as you know, in 29 short instructional days, our students will begin taking the state assessment. April 14th, students in grades 3 through 8 will begin with reading, language arts, and English 1. We will test students in math, science, and social studies, as well as end-of-course examinations. So we'll begin on April 14th. We'll conclude with the final makeup day on April 27th. You know, we are moving full steam ahead. You know, our theme this year is all in, all year, and this week we started out the week actually on Tuesday with staff development. And as I visited the various staff development sites, I was just so excited to see all of our teachers actively engaged in learning. We are continuing to move forward in the work. They were continuing to develop their knowledge and skills to help support our students. Right now, students are taking the interim STAR assessments, and we'll continue analyzing that data and making instructional adjustments. What I want to make certain that our community understands is that we do not have any time to waste. Lots of great things can happen in 29 days, but in order for those great things to happen, we need our students to be present at school. We need our kids to be here. So I want to share with you, this is our year-to-date attendance trends. And I want to give you just a second. Take a look at this data. Comparison 24-25 to 25-26. So as you can see, currently, to date, we are at 91.2% overall attendance for Beaumont ISD. Parents, we need our kids in school every day. Our kids are not going to be successful if we don't prioritize students being present in class so that they can be present to learn. They can't learn if they are not there. And as you can see, our trend is not where we want it to be. Unfortunately, we've had a great incentive for the past 4 years when I went back to my calendar, our partnership with the YMBL, which we afforded students in grades 3 all the way through 12th grade who had good attendance, behavior, grades, opportunity to attend the fair free during the school day with transportation and free rides. We don't have that opportunity this year. YMBL has been a phenomenal partner. You know, of course, it's not the fault of the YMBL this year, but unfortunately, we don't have that particular incentive to offer our kids. However, it doesn't matter. We still need our kids to come to school. The value of learning needs to be prioritized for all of our students. And this data is very startling and is very disappointing because we are working extremely hard. But again, we cannot teach our students if they are not present every single day. And I'm not talking about kids who are sick. Absolutely, if a child is sick or ill, they need to be at home. We want to make certain that they are taken care of. However, frivolous absences, students being picked up from school early, students arriving to school late, it's really frustrating when we have our staff and our teachers pouring everything into our kids and we don't have them present. We don't have our kids present in the learning environment every single day. So I just wanted to share this with our community so that you can continue. You know, we have 29 days until the start test. Let's make a commitment to ensure that our students are present every day for the rest of the school year, not just the 29 days moving forward, but every day of the remainder of the 25-26 school year. Trends tend to tell you that as the year progresses, that number does what? What happens to the number? It goes down. It goes down. And ultimately, that number going down impacts what? It impacts, number one, our students' learning. Number two, it impacts our what? Our resources. And the amount of resources that we actually have available to do what? Pour into our kids. So I wanted to share this data, but I also wanted to also highlight a few campuses that have the highest attendance in the district. Number one, highest attendance is 𝐂𝐭 𝐖𝐢𝐭𝐡. Stand up, Miss Ferris, 97% attendance year to date. Excellent job. Marshall Middle School, 93.03. Stand up, Dr. Stewart. Highest middle school attendance. And highest elementary school attendance, stand up, Caldwood Elementary School, Miss Corona, 94.6%. So we have many other campuses, of course, in the 90s, but we have some campuses that are well below. And I know our leaders are working really hard to make certain kids come to school and get kids in school, but this is so impactful when you look at our data and how our kids are performing. I know you have a question. Caldwood was 94.6% year to date. Yes, year to date. So, of course, we need our kids present every single day. We also are excited to launch for the second year the Star Success website. Mr. Deloney, can you pull up this website real quick? So this website was developed last year. If you go to our BISD homepage, it'll pop up on the second banner, I believe. Parents, you have this excellent resource that was developed with opportunities for online practice at home. Click on video success tips. So if you click on that, every single content area, you click on that playlist, and there are videos to support students. Parents can watch those videos with their students. There's also resources on the practice materials for students. And we really want our students to actually access this site outside of school. Of course, they are learning every day, all day long. But we know that learning shouldn't end where? It shouldn't end at school. So we expect and hope that our parents take the opportunity. This is easy to get to. It is a one-stop shop opportunity for our families and students to have an additional resource outside of what they're already getting in school in preparation for the test. So before I conclude my presentation this evening, any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Allen. So is there a way to I guess, turn those percentages into whole numbers in terms of how many students does that actually equate to that are missing? And I guess the next question is how do we equate that in terms of dollars and cents that the district does not receive?
Sure.
If there's a way to just turn that into some type of metric.
Well, it is a way. I mean, we can absolutely give you a specific number on the amount of money that we lose when students are not present each day. We can give you a figure on that.
And, you know, I don't ever want to be disparaging, but I am going to be disparaging right now if this is public especially. Elementary parents, that's pathetic. It is not the responsibility of an elementary. I understand middle schoolers will skip, high schoolers will take days off, but for an elementary school or an elementary student to have those type of attendance rates, ridiculous community, ridiculous parents. And I hope that the city's watching, which they probably aren't, but if they can, that's just unacceptable. And I think that underscores some of the things that we're dealing with, because we cannot educate kids or remediate campuses if they don't come to school. And it goes back to something I heard from Mr. Nelson almost the second week of school, and he's begging parents to bring these elementary students to school, and I just think it's ridiculous. So principals, I feel your pain. Great work, Callwood and Marshall and King Collegiate, but I don't know, Doc. I just had to express that, so thank you.
Well, it's interesting that they're picking them up early for no reason. That's the issue. I mean, we can't deny a parent from taking their child, but, you know, showing up at 1 o'clock because they got a headache. I'm going to bring the kid home, don't want to wait for him at the bus. I don't know how we can curtail that, but that's part of the issue that the elementary campuses are dealing with. And I'm with you, it's sickening.
And I have an idea on how to curtail it. It's going to take some effort from everybody, but this can't keep happening. We'll never achieve our greatest heights if parents won't bring kids to school. That's just ridiculous.
100% with you.
And when you look at the trends, our attendance fell off the rails after COVID. Okay, so prior to COVID, where's Miss Yvette? I'm going to put her on the spot. So prior to COVID, our overall attendance rate, we were what, 94, 93, 94%? 93, 94% as a district, okay? So to be, this trend appears as though we might be 89 by the time we get to, you know, the end of the school year. And that's with having invested thousands of dollars in attendance incentives. That's with having had the, you know, in the past 4 years, having had, even though we don't have it this year, I mean, our attendance still hadn't been great, even with the additional incentives that we've offered, you know, to our kids. But it is a significant problem. It is a significant issue that, as a community, we need to address it. But it speaks to the prioritization of education for kids. Like, what is the actual priority? And why isn't students' education a priority? So, you know, really reaching out to community, you know, the influencers, awesome group. We need individuals like you all This is something that you can support on, individuals in the community sharing, hey, we need our kids coming to school. Bottom line, we can't do the work if they're not present on a daily basis to actually learn. So I wanted to just share that information and that update. As I conclude my presentation, I would like to recognize and introduce Mr. Andrew Kim. He is our TEA-appointed assigned conservator for the district. He's going to be working with Beaumont ISD as we transition in leadership. So I'm happy to welcome Mr. Kim. So that concludes my report tonight.
You just misplaced it. That's all right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tonight's School Board Outcome Goals Progress Monitoring Report will provide an overview of the district's middle of the year data. You have before you our board outcome goals. The data will represent the progress that we are making to attain board outcome goal 1. The percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase from 32% to 64% by June 2030, and approaches will increase from 60% to 80%. And then also board outcome goal 2. The percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR math will increase from 26% to 52% by June 2030, and approaches will increase from 49% to 70%. The sources of data that you will view tonight will be for reading, CLI Engage for pre-K, and our middle of the year assessments for M-Class for grades K through 5, math, CLI Engage for pre-K, and then our middle of the year assessment data for NWEA MAP for grades K through 5. So we will begin with our reading MOI data. Before you have the yearly targets. As we work to achieve our board outcome goals, every year we set a target. You can notice that we have targets here for pre-K, K first and second, because we know in order for our students at third grade to reach the goal that we have, we need to make sure that our progress in our early grades is leading towards reaching the goal. So for pre-K, this year's target I have highlighted in yellow is 80%, kindergarten 66%, first grade 62%, and for second grade 56%. So we'll start with kindergarten. You can see Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 data, also by BOI and MOI, and we did have a 16 percentage point gain in Tier 1, and I also want to note the decrease in well below in Tier 3. We are moving and making progress towards that 80% goal. In kindergarten, again, you see a gain in Tier 1 of 7 percentage points, a decrease in Tier 3 of 5 percentage points, and our goal is 66%, and we are moving towards that goal. We need to move a little faster. For first grade, we have an increase again in Tier 1 performance of our students, 5 percentage points, and then for Tier 3, a decrease. This is what we want to see. The trend is more kids in Tier 1, less kids in Tier 3. Again, the goal here is 62%. For second grade, we see an increase again in Tier 1 of 5 percentage points, a decrease of 6 percentage points in Tier 3, and 56% is the target, so again, making progress. Third grade, for our students, we are at 51%, an increase of 7 percentage points, a decrease in Tier 3 of 3 percentage points, and our target this year is 51%. We celebrate that we're there at MOI, but we know we need to maintain, and we need to make sure at this point, if we know that our kids at 51% are in Tier 1 at MOI, we should see more by EOI. In fourth grade, we see a 7 percentage point gain in Tier 1 and a gain of 1 percentage point in Tier 3. So this is a red flag for us. Yes, we celebrate the growth, but at the same time, we need to find the students that represent that 1 percentage point and make sure that we're targeting so that they do not move into Tier 3, but make sure we're moving into Tier 2 or Tier 1. For fifth grade, we have a gain again in Tier 1 of 5 percentage points, and Tier 3, a gain of 1 percentage point. So even though it's a slight gain, it's still a gain in the wrong area. So again, targeting those grade levels. So this graph is a little busy, but if you look at the arrows, you can see in Tier 1, we had gains in all grade levels, and we do celebrate that. In Tier 3, you see green arrows going down because we had decrease in all grade levels except for 4th and 5th. Any questions for reading before we go into math? I will share strategies towards the end of the presentation, the action steps that we are taking to address. Okay, so now we will look at our math. Again, you see the targets. So this year targets for pre-K, K, first and second are before you. Our pre-K, we're aiming for 89%. The target for first grade is 59%. You notice for first grade and second grade, you see 47%, but then underneath it's 65%. And that is because our strategic planning committee for math had to go back and look at the target and reset a new target because our kids scored higher than 47% starting off the year. Same, you see the same thing in second grade. So the target is 53%. So for pre-K, again, little sponges, they come, we teach, great Tier 1 instruction, we do see them with gains, and we have a 12 percentage point gain in Tier 1, and then a decrease of 16 percentage points in Tier 3. For kindergarten, we see a 1% percentage point gain in Tier 1, but then we also see a gain in Tier 3. So again, middle of the year is a checkpoint. Are we making progress? The strategies, curriculum, interventions, are they working? So here we see a slight gain, but we also know we need to make sure that we're targeting students. For first grade, here we have a decline of 7 percentage points. And we also have a slight decline in Tier 3. This is the grade level for sure you will see in a minute where we are targeting, because we know if 60% were in Tier 1, at least 60 or better need to be maintained. And we are striving for 65%, so that goal still remains the same, the target. In second grade, we did see an increase of 9 percentage points in Tier 1 and a decrease of 5 percentage points in Tier 3. For third grade, we see that decrease of 1 percentage point in Tier 1 and an increase in Tier 3. Fourth grade, a decrease of 1 percentage point in Tier 1 and then an increase of 4 percentage points in Tier 3. And then in fifth grade, we see that we maintain the 50%. I do want to say with math, we are working really hard this year implementing a new curriculum, the Bluebonnet curriculum. Even though we see slight declines, at the same time, we know that we have consultants that are coming in with great minds working with our teachers. We have walks where we are giving feedback, action steps that we're taking very seriously when we get those from great minds. Also, PD. So we just had PD on the 17th, where we're working on lesson internalization and making sure that our teachers are comfortable with that curriculum. And I will tell you, for our first year implementation, we have gotten this feedback from great minds. When we look at our trend data, okay, and we did have a meeting with them where we looked at trend data for math, they 100%, our teachers, when we walk classrooms, they're implementing the curriculum. So now we're working on making sure that it's a new curriculum, that they are really internalizing the lessons. like they need to in order to deliver them. So here for math, you see a mixture. You see some increases in Tier 1 at pre-K, kindergarten, and second grade. You also see some declines, okay? Also, with Tier 3, we have some declines at pre-K, first and second grade, but then we have areas where we have increased in Tier 3. So now I'll go into the actions. Any questions before I go into key actions to address the data for middle of the year?
Have you had an opportunity to look at a cohort scores with these to see how the same kids were doing last year?
Yes, ma'am. This is a quick way to look at cohort data. If you look at this, it's real busy, but we can see, yes, ma'am, going for the first grade students, of course, we would look at kindergarten to see how they performed. Same thing for second grade, look at first grade, but yes, ma'am. And that is one thing that we started the year off with. We had data going into this year, okay? If students were in our district last year, then they took these assessments. So going in, we knew our kids and where they were at Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. So knowing the kids is starting out very early with interventions. So how are we addressing the M-class data? One thing that we know, we see the increases in Tier 1 at our lower grades. So that tells us that Tier 1 instruction is happening, it's occurring. The kids are learning. We are pushing them from Tier 3 into Tier 1. We know that we're going to continue doing what we're doing. It's working. We have our explicit phonics instruction. We will continue to train our teachers in the science of teaching reading. We actually have a cohort this Saturday that will come and they're being trained. And we're also going to continue working with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students to make sure that we're targeting instruction. M-class and reading tells us the deficits, the areas where they need additional help, and we're pulling lessons and working with small groups. When we look at 2nd through 5th, one thing that we started, okay, in our district, because we know that our kids are struggling readers. So typically, when you get to 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you don't have a lot of phonics instruction. We are doing a daily 45 minutes phonics instruction with our students. Those Tier 3 kids, we are working with them so they can become fluent readers. That is going to help with comprehension. It is going to help with math. So that is one thing we're going to continue. With all grade levels, Mirror AI tutoring has been working for us. We will continue to make sure that our kids are getting on that online tutoring program. Mirror is working with them right where they are, and we do see that that is helping. So again, we are going to continue that. Also, making sure that we are looking at the data, pulling the correct lessons. We are uploading information for students that are struggling into our Branching Minds platform. So we're tracking students, we're progress monitoring, and we're going to continue to make sure our teachers get the PD that they need. And these are just our key reading actions in motion.
Wait, Ms. Hickman.
Have we done any kind of data collection or comparison between that 3rd tier and absentees? Because it might be, if we had the actual data, it might be something our wellness coordinators could address.
And it is something that we do in our MTSS meetings. We have meetings where our MTSS coordinator for the district, that whole team comes together and we look at all of our students, Tier 2, Tier 3 especially. We pull in and we look at attendance, we look at behavior. So I know that we can pull that data, we could have it for you, but I bet if I asked the principals, they would tell you it is a correlation. Yes, ma'am. Definitely a correlation. Our key math actions. We are beginning a new intervention, okay? And this intervention is being brought in at the right time, we have MOI data, it will give us lessons for our teachers to utilize in their small groups. So we know we push small group instruction. If I'm doing small group instruction, but it's not the right lesson, it's not targeting the right skill, okay? If the teacher's not teaching it correctly, then it's not helping. The Math Catalyst is going to do this for us. So I'm excited about the implementation. We've actually had PD already with Math Catalyst. We have great minds working with our coaches and our teachers to ensure that we're pulling the correct lessons. We're using this to target gaps, and we're also using it to, you know, teach ahead. So I'm looking forward at what I'm teaching. So I'm excited to see this in action, and I know that it is going to make a difference. Building teacher capacity. Remember I told you grade 1. So we looked at the data, and right away, you know, our math coordinator has a plan in place for grade 1. So we're gonna go in with those particular teachers. We're making sure that we're doing lesson rehearsals with them. We are going to make sure that they improve their instructional delivery. And then Zern is an online platform that we've utilized this year that is helping, it is working. Our principals, our teachers have bought in. We have, just like we have the Mirror Challenge, we have Zern challenges. Principals get an update weekly on how many students are utilizing the program, and we can see that that is also making a difference. And here you see our key math actions in motion. That concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have our supervisors here with me tonight. So when I tell you these ladies, and I say it every time, but it is the truth, they are boots on the ground. 3 ladies, but you would think that they were 33 because they get to campuses and they are helping. They are helping to make sure that teachers have that support, that coaches have that support, principals have the support they need to move instruction forward.
Ms. Spooner?
Yes, Dr. Frank, I just have a comment. I want to thank you for the presentation, and we are so proud of the growth that we are seeing. Although you mentioned just a little declination, but that can be fixed, and you all are working on it. That's what we want to see. So I'd just like to say on behalf of all of us, we did discuss something similar to this in closed session, and we are definitely proud, especially middle of the year, 3rd grade too. So thank you and your team.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And the principals are working hard. I'm having data meetings with the principals, and I will tell you, they know their kids. I'm proud of them because they have trackers, they know their kids, they're meeting with teachers. We're addressing the deficits. And so we're going to continue to push all the way until the very end.
Ms. Avery?
I was looking at the phonics they're putting there. Are you all monitoring that weekly and seeing the difference and
yes,
making adjustments as needed?
Not only do the campuses monitor, but our coordinators. Will our coordinators stand? Come forward. They don't want to come forward, but
Come on down. Come on, no, come on down. Come on up.
They monitor. Miss Macklin was doing stacks and phonics walks this morning. I couldn't make it. I was meeting with principals, but the work still goes on. Stacks and phonics walks. Also with our phonics for upper grades, Miss Sharp goes out and she monitors. So, and it's getting done because it's getting monitored.
One of you all, it doesn't matter. What are you seeing as far as those leaps and bounds? We're going to say leaps and bounds. What are you seeing as far as those improvements?
With the students, more confidence with the students. Students are more engaged. Students are more apt to want to read. Students are also comprehending what they are reading. They're starting to select library books that are a little bit more challenging for them because that's what they read for enjoyment, and then outcome on tests. So the data has also increased. Yeah.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very
It's
much for
gonna
all
pay
you're
off.
doing.
We believe it. Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Frank? Thank you. We are now moving to public comments. Ms. Smith, do we have anyone signed up to address the board?
Yes, sir, we do.
The board will now hear comments from those persons who have signed up to speak. This portion of the meeting is set aside for parents, students, employees, and community members to speak to the board about any matter of interest to them pertaining to the school program. Each person who signed up by 4:30 yesterday may speak for no more than 2.5 minutes. Those who signed up after that time and prior to public comments today will be allowed to speak for 1.5 minutes. During public comments, the board will listen, but it is forbidden by Texas Open Meeting Act to discuss any topic raised or making any decision unless the matter is already on the agenda for this meeting. The board reminds speakers that public comment is not the time to bring board complaints about a particular program, employee, or student. Should a speaker's remark include complaints directed at a particular student, employee, or program, I will respectfully ask that the individual stop speaking and utilize the board's adopted grievance procedures. As a reminder, your time is being monitored. When your time to speak is up, you will hear a buzzer that will sound, indicating that your time has been expired. Ms. Smith, please call the first speaker.
Jennifer Moore.
How are you, Ms. Moore?
I faced multiple challenges this month, but I believe God will show me the way. For 10 months, I have explained the need for cameras in self-contained classrooms. I've shared our family's pain and injustice. I've given sound reasoning, not just to protect the most vulnerable students, but to protect the district and teachers from false allegations as well. I've done my due diligence to protect my children by having cameras put in their classrooms, but I'm not here for my kids alone. I've been patient. I've followed up. I've worked with Mr. Evans, who is willing to make this request, only to be told by Dr. Allen to let's run the numbers. In May, this board approved an $8,000 increase for a new school bus for the need of up-to-date security cameras. So I'm curious, what is the cost-benefit analysis for protecting a special needs child? I appreciate the appearance of being taken seriously, but the time to run the numbers was 9 months ago, 7 months ago, or in November, when this very topic was on the open agenda. Doing so now feels less like action and more like preparation for when the TEA takes over with no real plan to implement them. I truly believe each one of you cares about our children. You wouldn't serve on this board if you didn't. But caring comes with responsibility, especially when it's uncomfortable, and even when you don't want to believe something is happening. I didn't want to believe my daughter would ever be hurt again. Yet 1 week after the last board meeting, she was intentionally hurt again, this time by staff on the bus, and it's on video. If I can stand here for 9 months asking for protection, and a week later it happens to my child, imagine what is happening to children who can't speak for themselves, and parents don't realize that they should be asking these questions. Do you really think my daughter is the only one? I want to thank the transportation management team for acting swiftly, with integrity, and professional responsibility that their positions call for. I also want to thank Ms. Brooks for her humanity in reaching out with compassion. But aside from Mr. Evans, I have not heard one word from anyone else in this room. No outreach or acknowledgement for the continued harm that my family has endured under your supervision. The responsibility to protect these children belong to you. When will enough be enough? Why are there cameras in the hallways and on every bus, but not in the rooms where our most vulnerable students spend their entire day? So I'm asking you again, for cameras in the classroom, in self-contained classrooms, not after the TEA takes over, not after another study, not after another child is hurt. The time is now because our children can wait no longer. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Denise, turn your mic off. It's now time for our informational items.
Good evening, Board. You have before you this evening a listing of newly hired and separated employees for the month of January. As you peruse, you'll see that we hired 6 Cardinal residents. It's a partnership with Lamar University. These residents are a year out from obtaining their degree in education and their certification. So this is a great opportunity to court them, to bring them on to Beaumont ISD. Any questions?
Any questions? Do we do exit interview? I see a lot of resignations and terminations.
Yes, sir, we do. It's handled by third party.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Board. The tax office collected quite a bit of money for us in January. Of course, taxes are due in January, so maintenance and operations had $46,092,776.63 collected, and our debt service was $9,714,012.05. We're right at 64.94% collected. We did receive a large payment from the tax office last week. I'm not certain why they held it for so long before sending it, but we are probably going to see a bigger increase for next month. And then for the general fund, we had $143,762,343 in revenues, and expenditures of $100,316,649. Outstanding purchase orders, $3,640,780. So you'll see that as those tax collections come in, our revenue is going to be greater than our expenditures. And then for campus activity funds, they collected $204,162, and we had a number of monetary donations. $50 to the Career and Technical Center from Catherine Fontenot. The Pride of Beaumont Lodge 291 donated $500 to Beaumont United High School. The Bison Specialty Services donated $1,000 to Sally Curtis Elementary School. Ollie Osman, MD, donated $250 to Regina Howell Elementary, and the Primcore Refining Group donated $500 to Regina Howell. And then we had a piano and piano bench donated to 𝐂𝐭 Academy by Diana Valdez, which valued at $1,150. Any questions?
You said 204, that last month?
204, yes, this is for the month of January.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Mr. Mack.
Dr. Allen, School Board President 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬, School Board members, on January 30th, 2026, the Board passed an emergency resolution concerning the Sally Curtis water breakage. The Board granted the Superintendent or her designee the authority to procure, negotiate, and execute contracts for goods and services required to address, prevent, and repair the damage at the Sally Curtis Elementary School. The project has now been completed, and the Superintendent has provided the Board with detailed reports on all related purchases and actions, which I will discuss this evening. Background on the actual event was we got a call about 6:30 when the custodians arrived that there was water in not only the hallways, but also in the custodial main office and in the area behind their office. Having looked at that, then the mechanical room, we saw there was water there. They discovered where the source of the intrusion was, and it was actually coming from an underground pipe that fed to the riser system that then fed to the sprinkler system, which that would then, control the fire sprinkler system. The water was shut off to the building, which we then had to contact superintendent and others, and the decision was made that the students could not go to school that day based on the fact that we didn't know how much damage we had, but more importantly, that it would have been a fire hazard with the sprinklers not working. Could you change it then? Okay, good. Our corrective action was we contacted Fitz and Shipman, and they basically came and looked at the site, and they determined what we needed to do to proceed to fix the pipe that was broken underground. We then contacted Coastal Sprinkler and Plumbing Specialties. Coastal Sprinkler exposed both not only the water main but the sprinkler riser and completed the repairs to the main. Plumbing Specialties followed up with repairs to the water main. Then we had to fill in the hole, and we had to also look at inside of the school. Once we cleared all the water out, we noticed that subgrade had come through cracks in the cement, so we had to address that. We contacted Preferred. Preferred then saw cut 2 by 2 foot holes to look at the existing slab and access the subgrade. This is just actual pictures of what happened and then the final result. You can see the depth of the pipe, the water in, and then of course we had to cut and basically make sure that everything was going to be put back together the way it was supposed to be done. In your book, you do have numbers, but tonight we do have final numbers of what the cost was. This is as of 2/18, excuse me. The Coastal Sprinkler cost was $14,699. Plumbing Specialties, $9,484.04. Fitz and Shipment standard fee of $4,500, and then Preferred Facilities, $3,752.94. A total of $32,435.98 for the project, which we felt very blessed that it was not going to be more based on some of the initial concerns we had with the amount of subgrade that was coming out of not only the cracks but the walls. No damage to the inside of the school. The hallways were cleaned up. The project went really, really smooth. Questions, please.
You got one to say? Anyone?
I just want to say thank you, because when we thought about it at the emergency meeting, we were looking at almost $100,000, and so we're in at a third that. Terrific.
Kudos to your team also. They
Absolutely.
acted very quickly, very efficiently, and thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell.
Good evening, Dr. Allen, Board President, and distinguished Board. After the tragedy of Uvalde, our governor, our commissioner, as well as the Texas School Safety Center helped to ensure that our students were being safe by implementing the intruder detection audit. These audits, of course, were designed to help making sure that all of our students as well as our staff were safe. The state's project or objective was to try to ensure that 100% of all of these audits were conducted throughout the district. The process consists of intruder access, as well as weekly door log checks, as well as exterior door log checks. To date, we've had 21 of our campuses audited, and we still have 5 more to go. Do we have any questions?
We doing pretty good on those inspections?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. Questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next up, our own Ms. Spooner.
Thank you, President 𝐂𝐲𝐧𝐬. The Facilities Committee met on Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. The following members were present: Dr. Allen, myself, Thomas 𝐂𝐲𝐬, Robert Dunn, Cheryl Hernandez, Randall Maxwell, Dr. Ron Jackson, and Mark McClellan. The following items were discussed, and you will hear a little overlapping, and there will be a presentation even after I finish. BISD Trahan Transportation Complex construction continues on schedule. The facility is 81% complete. Backfill was needed and was delivered to Beaumont Head Start campus. 6 loads have been placed in the playground demolition holes already. The awnings have been removed so that the sun can dry the ground, but we still have a problem with water being maintained on the campus, so we will continue to look at this. Engineers inspected the structure of the roof at 𝐂𝐭 Collegiate Academy. The structure passed, and a new roof can be laid. Extensive termite damage was found, which will require redecking. February projects for board consideration, I mentioned consideration, were discussed: Paul Brown and Austin gym floor, and safety window treatment across the district. A review of the Sally Curtis emergency work was discussed and viewed from site photos. You were able to see what Mr. Maxwell just presented, where he had photos of the work that has been done. Lastly, the Doggett Stadium scoreboard and natatorium timing system was discussed. I would like to call none other than our own Dr. Ron Jackson to the podium to spotlight a few of these things and conclude by giving us a current athletic accomplishment update. We have a lot to shout about. Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. 𝐂𝐲𝐬, board members, and Dr. Allen, Superintendent. I'm here tonight to present a recommendation for the purchase and installation of a video board at Doggett Family Stadium. The purpose of this project is to enhance the experience for our students, families, and community, while also improving communication, safety, and educational opportunities. First, a new video board will improve the game day environment. It will allow for our player introductions, recognition of student groups, instant replays, and a celebration of academic achievements, fine arts program, and other campus organizations. This is just not about athletics. It's about showcasing the entire district and school, also in our community. Additionally, the video board creates opportunities for local business partnerships through sponsorship and advertising. This project also provides meaningful educational opportunities. Students in media, technology, communication programs will gain hands-on experience operating equipment, producing content, and managing live events, skills that align with college and career readiness. This proposed system includes video board, installation, control equipment, and etc. And I'm also so glad that we stayed within budget. And not only did we stay within budget, we were able to get 2 additional things within that proposed budget. So basically, we'll get a new video board, concrete base entrance, and also the natatorium video board and timing system. Instead of doing it all within one budget, we were able to do all 3 with approximately the same budget. So I'm very happy and pleased with that. So thank you. Now,
Going to see this $1 million we're going to spend?
Miss,
Going to see this $1 million before we spend it?
are we going to see it?
I mean, we're going to see what it's going to look like?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to see what it's going to look like. Yes, ma'am, we will. Okay. Now to highlight some of our students, and it's very hard to follow Mr. Latham from Westbrook High School, but I always include our facilities meeting when it's time for me to speak. Is our best and greatest facility is our students and student athletes. So I want to recognize and highlight some of our student athletes in our programs. First of all, I want to recognize and highlight BU Boys Swim Team. They made it to regional finals for the first time in school history and participated last weekend. Westbrook Swim Team made it to regionals. Currently, we have at Westbrook High School, representing Westbrook High School, tomorrow, February the 19th and February 20th in Austin at State. 7 to 10 student athletes, male and female, qualified for state and will be participating and trying to win a state championship. Westbrook Wrestling Team, last weekend, 1 female wrestler made it to state February 13th at Cypress ISD. Beaumont United Girls Basketball Team qualified for the UIL 5A playoffs. Westbrook Girls Basketball Team qualified for UIL 5A playoffs, won their first playoff game, so they're by-district champs. They play again this Friday night, tomorrow at Del Mar Stadium at 6 p.m. versus College Station. So if you don't have anything to do, drive out to Del Mar Stadium in HISD and support those young ladies. Next, Beaumont United High School Boys Basketball Team 5A. First round playoff game will be next week, Tuesday at East Chambers High School. They finished second in district, and they will be playing at 7 p.m. at East Chambers High School against Friendswood. Beaumont United High School Boys Basketball Team is currently ranked number 8 in State 5A. Congratulations to Westbrook High School Boys Basketball Team, District 19 5A champs, going undefeated in district play. Westbrook Boys Basketball Team will play Tuesday, February 24th at Goose Creek Memorial High School, either the winner of LaPorte or Angleton, which will be determined on tomorrow night. Westbrook Boys Basketball Team and defending 5A Division I state champions is currently ranked number 2 in the state of Texas, so hopefully they can defend their title. But that concludes my presentation for tonight and highlighting our student athletes while also making sure everyone knows that what was given a directive from us to stay within budget. I remember Ms. Hickman vividly saying that. You want to see a picture? Okay. No, we don't have a picture, but I did. Mm-hmm. Yes. And it has to be approved by the board. The company has to be approved by the board too first. Am I correct? Yes. See, yeah. Okay.
And Dr. Jackson, before I yield to President 𝐂𝐬, you know, you look at him, he just can't stand for me to elaborate. But anyway, I'd like to say,
take all night.
Great job, and all of that fuels academics.
Oh yeah.
Outstanding.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Spooner. We are now ready for the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any item from the consent agenda for discussion? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Hickman, second by Ms. Avery. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 5-0. We're now ready for action items.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve budget amendments from the General Fund 8 and accept amendments from Special Revenue 18, 19, 20, and 21.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Hickman. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. 𝐂𝐬. So we received some insurance money from the Brown Center's HVAC replacement. The maintenance department had to rent an actual portable AC for that building until we could replace the HVAC. So We received the money. We're asking the board to appropriate the money back to the maintenance department for having to spend their own funds on that rental. Then we're also asking for the budget funds to replace the gym floors that buckled up and caused a big bubble, and that replacement's gonna cost $95,135. And then the security window film installation is going to cost $265,271, and we're asking for those funds because that's what TEA is recommending for the safety and security of our students. And the rest of the funds are moving between functions that are requests by departments and campuses. And we have several special revenues from our titles, moving funds between the functions, and this is just for the report to the board so that they know what we're doing with our title funds. And Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV are reflected in your book. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve purchases over $50,000 from the general fund in the amount of $598,327.49. From state grant funds, $107,368.75.
So move.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Avery.
Thank you, Mr. Ski. We have 5 purchases out of the general fund. The first one being our content filter and teacher classroom management solution. We can only get this from Region 5, and the cost is $78,000. For preferred facilities, this is the actual replacement on the funds that the board just appropriated, the $95,000. This will be able to award to preferred facilities to replace that gym floor at the Brown Center. Also, this is the first year that the board is having to approve our TASB workers' comp claim administration renewal. Typically, we've always been under the $50,000, so the board did not have to approve it, but we did hit the $55,000 this year because they did go up on their pricing. We have an interlocal with TASB. They administer our claims. We're self-funded on our workers' comp. So if any of our employees are injured, we have the money set aside to pay that hospital bill or whatever, but TASB actually writes the checks, and we just write TASB one big check. And then Nevco Sports is for the new video display timing system for the natatorium. We got several quotes for that, and the money has already been appropriated by the board. Preferred Facilities also is going to install the security window film on the required campuses in accordance with those TEA requirements, and that amount is $265,271.11. Then we are using some of our state grant funds to purchase additional yonder pouches because we're going to start school next year and need some yonder pouches for those incoming 6th graders. And then also we wanted to have some just in case we need it for 4th and 5th grade. And that total is $107,368.75.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Hickey.
Are we having enough of a problem with 4th and 5th graders because we originally said that we didn't think it was an elementary problem?
I'm going to let Mr. Maxwell address that issue. He's so excited to get to come up here and talk about it.
And Dr. Frank, I know she has some insight as well regarding, elementary concerns.
We don't see a major problem, but we do know that we've had some instances where cell phones have been used, and so it would be more so not giving a yonder pouch to every student, but if we needed to, if a student was caught, then we would utilize it.
Any other questions concerning the purchases? But you did explain that well. All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board decline adoption of the resolution regarding Senate Bill 11.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Ms. Hickman. Discussion?
Senate Bill 11 is a resolution which would authorize the board to designate a daily period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts as provided by the Texas Education Code. You know, after reviewing the requirements and considering the operational and legal and instructional implications, I'm recommending that the board decline adopting a daily period of prayer. This decision does not affect or impact students' current ability to pray individually during a moment of silence. Students still have the opportunity through faith-based clubs and Bible clubs on their campuses. A vote against would maintain the current practice and preserve local flexibility without adding new operational requirements. Currently, students' existing religious freedoms are already protected. Implementation would create scheduling, staffing, and supervisory challenges as individual spaces would have to be identified as well as staff identified and additional time allocated. And the policy introduces some potential legal risk. So at this time, I recommend that the board decline adopting a resolution.
Comments, discussions? Been looking at this throughout the state of Texas. A lot of districts, or most districts, have been declining it. So we are voting against accepting, moving forward with this. All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0. 4? 4-1? Okay. Approve the annual investment report.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve the annual investment report.
Wait, Miss, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought y'all hadn't voted on it yet.
We didn't get a motion.
So moved. I'm sorry, Ms. Hernandez.
That's okay, I was keeping you in check.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Because this has to be approved.
Yeah, you train like that, huh?
I do.
Motion was
some are
made by
reports.
Mr. Evans.
Sometimes
Second
I
by,
talk about reports, but this is
second by Ms. Avery. Ma'am,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's quite all right. So we're required to report to the board on an annual basis our investment activity for the year. And in your package, you have the annual investment report. The majority of our transactions are in our Lone Star investment pool. Our position at December 31st, 2025 for our total investments amounted to $107,129,043.29. These funds include the general fund as well as the debt service fund. So we collect them, and we have different accounts, but as we report them in total, but then we also break it down by the different funds that we have at Lone Star as well as at Tex Pool, and we're required to report the activity on the interest earned. For our review of our interest earnings for the year, we earned a total yield of $4,441,855.21. This includes the general fund as well as the debt service side. If you break it out, we had just a little bit more than $699,000 for debt service, and that goes towards the payment of the debt. And then we use the rest of this interest money to help fund the district, to pay for raises and things. And so when we're looking at $3.7 million in interest, just a couple of years ago, we were a lot less. Now, interest rates are not doing that great right now, but we do have a lot of funds in the bank, and hopefully we may end close to this for the year, but not likely. So that impacts our budget when we're looking at our budget for next year. we will probably have to budget a little bit of a decrease in our investment earnings, and that impacts where we're able to, because we'll have to cut if we want to present a balanced budget. Okay, because we sometimes grow to rely on this income. So the longer that we can keep our money in the bank, it helps.
Understood. Discussion? Questions? All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve digital scoreboards for the stadium scoreboard project.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Ms. Spooner.
Thank you, Mr. 𝐂𝐭. So this was a picture that they put in their proposal for the company that we're recommending. Now, we get to decide what we want to do with it. We are keeping the base of the current scoreboard. We're replacing everything up from the base, and so it's going to be a bigger display. And so it's not going to have, you don't have to have the signage on it if you don't want to. You can display the signs within the video display. And we received 5 responses on our RFP that we put out. And we're awarding, or we're asking the board to approve digital scoreboards for the stadium project in the amount of $909,933. They were one of the best quotes that we did receive. We are going to have to redo the electrical because we're going to have to beef up the electrical. It's also including all the cameras and everything that Dr. Jackson mentioned. And we don't have to ask the board for any more funds, because at the time when we asked for the funding, we didn't know how much it was going to cost at that time. For the funding, we asked the board for $1.2 million to cover the scoreboard and the natatorium. Now, we had to pay an engineer for this, so that came out of it as well. And then we did ask the board for additional funds for that concrete driveway. So that wasn't a part of the 1.2, but we have enough for that as well, because we had to hire an engineer for that as well. Because every time you deal with electrical and stuff, our director of purchasing, she's making sure that we're following all the rules and making sure that we have to have all those proper specs and everything for our bids.
Discussion? Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Hernandez, can you ballpark, estimate how much revenue we can see from advertising? Is there a way to say possibly, we're going to see $1 million a year in return on advertising? I know that's wishful thinking, but just,
So you'd probably have to have another department to be able to do that, because you'd have to have somebody out there beating the bushes on selling those ads. Our communications department does an excellent job right now. They sell some ads and they reach out. We can do so much more with it because of the electronical capabilities of it. I did not sit in on any of the things, but you can sell, people can ask somebody to marry them on there, and you can sell commercials and all kinds of neat things.
what's the life on this thing? What?
We actually have an 11-year warranty with the recommended vendor. We asked for 10. We wanted 10 years parts and labor on the warranty, because typically, with electronics, you're going to have some issues every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
But with this, if like a panel goes out, they can just pop one out and put it in. It's not like you're going to replace the whole thing.
Okay.
The technology has increased greatly since the previous one that's on its last leg right now. There's a lot more that you can do with it, and it's higher definition.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hickman?
What is our commitment to Doggett as far as the signage is concerned?
So if we sell the naming rights to this, like say if we want to have a sign on there that has they're sponsoring it, like say we ask for $100,000 a year to have your name on our scoreboard, they get first right of refusal. They get to choose whether they want their name, and then if they don't want it, then we can go to somebody else. Yes, definitely. For whatever it is that we're asking for it, and we can do that. Now that we're buying this, we can sell that type of thing as well as letting people put commercials on there. Because, you know, there's times during games where you can do a commercial or they run a script and they can stick it in there. I think I have a teacher in here that likes to do stuff like that. He probably has a ton of ideas. My favorite teacher of the year. Any other questions?
Did Mr. Lamb and Mr. Cormier have input on this? I see them back there.
Yeah, I'm looking at them both back there. I see them.
Okay.
They were actually one of our, we have it scored. They take all the proposals, and they were one of our scorers. And they also had input with all of the vendors on what they wanted for that program.
Okay. I like
Technology
that.
guy.
Yeah, I like that. Thank y'all.
All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve Triangle Civil Services for the Stadium Driveway Project.
Motion was made by Ms. Hickman, second by Mr. Evans.
Now, this driveway project is for up to the scoreboard coming off of the parking lot so that they can work on it, because we've had some issues with the rain and the drainage, and so we're recommending that the board approve Triangle Civil Services. Their bid was $119,060, and that also we received 4 responses on that proposal, and those were ranked by the maintenance department, some of the directors and assistant directors. Just the driveway.
I know, but if you've already had water issues, you can undercut that concrete.
That's why we had an engineer. They've got it.
Question is,
It will.
Is there additional drainage work that has to be done?
No.
Or is this the sum total?
That's the sum total. They looked at it and designed it so that it wouldn't require anything else.
Questions? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve Beaumont ISD's application and plan for a delay in teacher certification requirements for foundation curriculum courses through the beginning of the 29-30 school year, and authorize submission of the district certification transition plan to the Commissioner of Education.
Get a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickman, second by Ms. Avery. Now, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, board. Before we get started, Ms. Hickman, if you noticed, there was a silhouette of a person at the bottom of that mock-up. I think that was Dr. Jackson looking for your picture.
What?
I don't know what they
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Good evening, board, president, and trustees. Good evening, board president and trustees. Tonight I'm requesting approval to submit Beaumont ISD's application for a delay in implementing House Bill 2 teacher certification requirements for foundation curriculum courses. I promise that this presentation will not be as long as school administrations. If we can get this to, see, look at me picking, see? I did it to myself. Here we go.
Yeah, you did.
All right, okay. So under House Bill 2, the House Bill 2 limits the district's ability to waive teacher certification requirements for foundational courses through a District of Innovation plan. Beaumont ISD is requesting a delay in implementation of these requirements through the beginning of the 29-30 school year to ensure instructional continuity with transitioning teachers into the appropriate certification pathway. If we do not get the approval tonight, if you look at through that timeline, for the 26-27 school year, the district can no longer include K through 5 reading and math teachers and for the DO in the DOI plan, those exemptions for next school year. So how does that impact Beaumont ISD? Currently, we have 226 adjunct teachers. These are teachers without certification. Of that 226, 213 are degreed and enrolled or enrolling in an ACP. That's an alternative certification program. And then we have 13 that are non-degreed that are enrolled in the district's BRACE program, and I have Ms. Emily Collins-Davis that will discuss that in a later slide. So breaking down that 226 number, there are 115 teachers teaching elementary classes and 111 that are in secondary. Of that number, there are 186 who are assigned to teaching foundational courses. Foundational courses are ELAR, math, science, and social studies. So I think it's important that we recognize that there will be some severe staffing challenges if that extension is not proved tonight going into the 26-27 school year. So I heard Brandon Basinger says all the time that sometimes you hear excuses and sometimes there is causation. I want to first point out that 22% of our teacher workforce is serving as uncertified teachers, and they're in programs and they're doing the work. But if you remember, these adjuncts are degreed, but their initial profession was not education. And so they're in the classroom and they are learning how to teach while going to school, and that is a heavy lift. If you also recognize over the last couple of years, there's been an increase to state certification, specifically the STR. And I think another reason for you to consider the approval for the extension tonight is that there are incentives for our uncertified teachers who are degreed. If they certify, the district will get $1,000 per person that we can use to support the program for BRACE as well. And so what does that application look like? So there is we have to submit a district certification plan. That's what you have before you this evening. That plan is comprehensive. I don't have that in all of my slides, but you can peruse the work that we'll be doing there. It is required to submit to the commissioner and identifying how many adjunct teachers we have that are assigned to those foundational courses, and you have that breakdown in the plan. And then we have to include at least one educator preparation program. The great thing about Beaumont is, and the work that we've been doing, is that we have more than one EPP. So we work with Region 5, and we've been working with Region 5 for years. And we also have Teach Worthy that works with the BRACE program, and some others throughout the years that we work with. And then we also need your approval tonight, which I hope to obtain. And then we have to show our receipts. We have to link this agenda and the actual application online. And so now I'll turn it over to Ms. Collins so she can discuss the alternative ways to hire.
So a few of the ways that we're already supporting these uncertified teachers is through our BRACE program. There are two different pathways that we have. We have the EQUIP, which is for those who are non-degreed and who are seeking to earn their bachelor's degree and their teacher certification at the same time. These are current employees that have been with us for at least one school year, but most of them have been with us for years and have already dedicated a lot of their career to Beaumont ISD, and life has just kind of gotten in the way from them reaching that goal, and so this program is designed to help them reach that goal. And then we have the Elevate pathway for those who way more of our adjunct teachers fall into this category, where they are already degreed and now they're seeking their certification, and so we work with those partners of Region 5 and Teach Worthy to provide those services to them to prepare them to pass those state exams and to be ready to be in the classroom. We purposely have two different partners because Region 5, they are face-to-face, and we know that there are many scheduling challenges for those teachers who may have children or other commitments outside of the school day. and who may not be able to make it to those classes and may miss out on some of those instructional pieces that they need. And so we have Teachworthy, which is fully online, but we also recognize that some people are not online learners. And so that's why we want to keep both of those partnerships healthy and making sure that we're funneling people to the areas that they need based on their learning style. Our prep program, which falls under that prep allotment, we were awarded that with this latest LASSO grant, so we're very excited about that, and that will help us scale both our Grow Our Own programs and our residency programs. Our residency program, you heard earlier that we just hired 6 residents for our spring start. We have so maybe 7 for this month. They are university students who are in their last year of earning their teacher certification in that traditional way where they are actually going to school for that degree. And they come to us and they are paired with a certified teacher and they work with them for an entire school year and really get to see all of the pieces that go into teaching, because we know it's not just delivering instruction to students, it's all the other things. And it is very eye-opening to many of those students, but it really helps prepare them to be strong teachers that we have the opportunity to hire when they graduate, and they graduate as certified teachers. And so that rate of teachers that are uncertified goes down with every one of those residents that we are able to hire.
And if I could just add to that, one thing that really enriching about my job, what I get to do every day, is focusing on that equip pathway for paraprofessionals. During the first cohort, I think it was, I don't know if it was Curtis or Regina, there was a receptionist that was able to enter this program, and she's teaching in the classroom now. Think about our substitute teachers that only have 60 college hours, but that's looking to obtain a degree because they want to teach. This is a perfect opportunity to create a pipeline for people that actually want to serve our community, want to help kids. And so I think that's just a great program that the district has. And so to get to the bread and butter of the plan, and our goal is to use this extension period in order to support the 226 adjunct teachers that we have gain certification. That is through the pathways that you just that you heard, and just to ensure that also I think the plan focuses on, which I think is important, and making sure that for the next 4 years that we reduce by 25% our reliance on teachers that are not certified. So by the beginning of the 29-30 school year, we will have 0 teachers in the classroom that are not certified. That's the goal. It's a lofty goal, but that's the goal. So what does that look like? Thank you. So what does that look like? I think it's about enhancing accountability. So this year we work to verify enrollment. So we're looking to see, look, if you're an adjunct teacher and you're not in a program, you better get in one. And can you talk about the ACP fair for next?
Yeah, so we are bringing in a variety of different ACP programs that we recommend, 2 that we provide grant funds to help pay for those certification programs, because we know that can be a barrier for some to seek certification. So we help release that barrier for them there if they choose to go through Region 5 or Teachworthy. But there are some other programs that we do not have those partnerships with yet that we still see great results from them, and that may just have a different timeline or different certification areas that Region 5 or Teachworthy may not offer. And so we are bringing those teams in so that all of our adjunct teachers who are not currently enrolled, which is thankfully a very small number, for them to be able to come and meet with those different ACP providers so that they can see what their programs look like and have on-site enrollment into those, so that it takes away the time of them having to go and seek out anything, fill out additional applications. We're not waiting on hearing back. Things will be able to be finished during that fair. So just trying to reduce the barriers as much as we can.
So this year we've identified who they are. This says launching a monitoring system. We would actually be enhancing. We have a monitoring system working between Human Resource, the Office of Human Resources, and with professional development. Iman, Wilridge, Zachary, and Ms. Collins do a lot of reaching out. We send letters just to, and try to, in a jot form, to gather information about where they are on the program. I think this kind of enhances the accountability to recognize, hey, look, we are on a true timeline. And so whatever we can do to support our adjuncts, we definitely will. But if you look at the percentages, 25% a year of reduction of uncertified foundational teachers until we become a compliant in 2930. And then we're going to continue to progress monitor. That's through the fall. That's mid-spring. Then mid-year, then spring. And then if, the responsible parties will be people in my office. Campus principals are always having a conversation with adjuncts. They are always checking in. What are you doing? Where are you in the program? What supports do you need? And obviously our EPPs, Region 5 and Teach Worthy. And then how do we measure success? To see a reduction of uncertified teachers, and next year see more teachers on intern certificates. What does that mean? They've gone through their ACP and passed the test to satisfy being placed on a intern certification, and then also adding additional support where we see completion of the exam and the STR, passing that test, and then that annual increase in standard certification. And so, Ms. Emily, about the resources.
So we know that testing is often a barrier. I've already touched on many of the other components that you see up there. I will talk about the EQUIP pathway for just a moment. We do partner with Indiana Wesleyan University. That is a very strategic move because they offer what they call PLA credits, where we can teach courses. We have to submit our own syllabus, and we can teach courses to our EQUIP participants on things that they would already need to know how to do. So you're going to have a course in your degree that's around lesson planning and lesson internalization. But if we take that on, we can teach you how to do it in Beaumont. That's based in the resources that you're using. So you're not learning just theory, you're getting to apply it and implement it right away. And then they accept that as college credit. So not only is it a cost reduction for us, but it also truly helps our teachers with that implementation, and so we get benefits both ways, and they view that as mission work and really prioritize accepting those, so it helps us help them graduate even faster. And then we've talked about our partners with Region 5 and Teach Worthy. Our residency partners are Lamar University and Stephen F. Austin State University, and we're hoping to see more and more students funnel into our district, especially now that with Lamar, they are phasing out clinical teaching completely, that traditional student teaching 16-week placement, and moving to everyone has to complete residency. So that means our numbers will grow. We can only grow the program as much as we have students to fill those seats. So we are very excited. We already have a system that's ready to scale. So I am very hopeful that in the fall we will see a great increase in numbers. And then talking about that testing struggle that's there, we offer all of our adjuncts, when they get to that phase of testing, it's called passage preparation. It is an online study material where they get to take practice tests. It breaks it down on what are their weakest competencies so that they're studying the right thing so that they pass the test the first time, and we're not having to go back and try again and pay those testing fees over and over. We want to make sure they feel really prepared. So that has been absolutely a game changer for us. We had a teacher actually just a couple of months ago who passed her content exam after that, and she called us in tears and she was like, it's because of Passage Prep. I've tried so many other test programs, and we were just so excited that she got there. She was so ready for it, and so we're definitely seeing a return on investment there.
And so, you know, that was one of the questions I anticipated from the board about what resources do we have to support our adjunct teachers. That Passage Prep is a big deal, and so the support is definitely there. So, board, thank you so much for your consideration and your continued support of our students and staff. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
All those in favor, approving the plan? Motion carries 5-0. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Colin Davis is an amazing mentor for these kids. And I know they're young women, at least mine are, and I presume most of the Lamar ones are. She knows exactly what they're doing. She knows why they're doing it. She knows how they're doing it. She keeps up with them. They trust her. She does a great service for them, and I think those young people do an enormous service for us because it means there are two people in these classrooms. And I was in a training for them yesterday, and they said the worst part was that they're looking forward or knowing that they're leaving, and they're going to have to run their classrooms by themselves because they pass around the host teachers. Thank you, Emily. You are wonderful, and she does all my reports for me.
Okay, Ms. Spooner, would you like to address?
I am so glad to have Mr. Kim here tonight with us. Let's give him another round of applause for being in our house, and it's just a pleasure to meet someone of his magnitude. And I won't be long-winded tonight. You know, the president is looking at me. He gives me those signals. But he didn't know I was going to say this. What a mighty, mighty good man and president. He will be celebrating his birthday next week on February the 27th. And I would like everyone just to give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah. You'll never hear him say it. And Miss Smith, where are you, Tish? Right there. And she's just the sweetest person. Mr. Kim, I'd like to just say that they kind of mirror each other. And, you know, you wouldn't know that he's celebrating next week, you know, unless some little birdie tells you or whatever. But it's been great being here tonight. A lot of things, it's kind of like the big paradigm shift. Everything is changing every day, but we're more than conquerors. And so we will stand on what we have to do and continue to do the work. And I'm just thankful for each and every one of you tonight. Presidente.
Thank you, Ms. Spooner. Ms. Hickman, go back to you.
Thank you all for everything you do every day. We appreciate you. We appreciate that you spend your nights here with us so that it looks like we have a real audience. Thank you. Go for it, all in, all year.
Mr. Evans?
No comment.
Ms. Avery?
Thank you, teachers. Thank you, principals. Thank you, staff. You all are doing a great job. I got to do a little quick shout out. My husband came tonight, and you know, thank you, husband, for supporting me. Let me see what you really do there. So thank you all for all you do, though. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you, also, administration.
Dr. Allen?
29 days until our kids are successful on the upcoming STAR test, so the team knows the charge. We are working all in, all year. So boots on the ground, and I really am proud of the team because they are doing a phenomenal job pressing and moving forward every single day. So thank you in advance for a wonderful next 29 days, team. Thank you.
You know, I think, Ms. Spooner, it's not easy turning 50 over and over. You know, I'm getting better at it, but it's not easy. I get my Medicare card coming up on this next birthday. I'm looking forward to it. But look, I want you all to stay motivated. Keep your teachers motivated. We are not finished. I will be here every month until they tell me, don't show up. I'm going to be here for you every month until they tell me your tour is over. I need you to be here for your children, the children of BISD. You are quiet heroes. What you do matter. You may not see the results immediately, but down the road, it manifests. We have doctors and lawyers and come out of BISD. They start in your classrooms. We have principals and people I went to school with right here sitting in this audience. Got Maxwell over there. We got Miss Hernandez. I ain't gonna call everybody out, but Miss Taylor, Miss Greenwood. You know, Yolanda gave a shout out to her husband. I grew up with this guy. She married one of the best guys I know. She lucky. Look, she lucky to have a guy from my neighborhood. She count yourself lucky. But keep the hard work going forward. Our kids need it. Keep it up. Ms. Hickman already said, all in, all year. The year ain't over. Quell some of that stuff. People are getting a little excited. Stay focused on children. That's our responsibility, children. The other stuff is gonna be worked out. All of it's gonna be worked out. Don't concern yourself with things you cannot control. You give yourself a headache. Worrying about stuff you have no control whatsoever. So, what you do have control over is your campuses. That's your playpen. Control your campuses. Work on your teachers. And finally, I'm going to ask you to pray for Robert Dunn, Chief Dunn. You don't need to know the details. I'm just asking you to pray for him. Y'all know him. He's a man of his word. You've called him. He's made things happen. He's done that in our community. Just pray for him and his family. That's all I'm asking you to do. The details are irrelevant. You don't really need to know. But I'm asking you to pray for our fellow board member, our team member. Can you do that for me? Okay, I'm going to take this hammer right here. I know what time it is. I know y'all looking at y'all watch. We're going to call this meeting adjourned. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you, board. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, administration.